Can you? Yes, you're not imagining this. Yes, I know this. If you stop squirming, I can get you here in one piece. Don't worry, protagonist. I've got you. Well, no. Now I've got you. Hold on. You're almost here.
Hello, protagonist. I see that you've made it. Welcome. Welcome to Doki Doki Donuts, the world of Famaria. I am D, your host. And on today's Doki Doki Donut, we are going to be continuing on reading. We're going to continue reading from 13 Cities by Cesar Torres. And hey, it's really exciting. We are continuing on with the story. I have put out there gonna be a very chill stream today. Again, Flight to the Legacy is not happening today nor next Monday, which is 6th. But we, depending on how far we get into 13 Cities, if we finish it tonight, then on June 6th, we will start 9 Lords of Night, which is the second book of Coil novel series, also by Cesar Torres. It's the second book after this. I am excited. Also, book 3 is out as a web serial. So I will not be reading that one on until there is a physical copy. But I'm excited that book 3, Hall of Mirrors, is out. Oh goodness. I still need to get through 13. So yeah. And of course, as always, we now have Snacks with us. Snacks will also be with us during Snacks if you have any. All right, so here we go. So we're gonna go ahead and go in. Well, not. Well, we're gonna continue. No, wrong screen. There we go. Here we go. I almost went into game out of just it just out of habit. I'm so used to going straight into a game that yeah. All right. So again, we're on with 13 cities. We just finished having a battle in Chicago with the Okuying, and Hummingbird is dead. Bird got murdered. That giant hummingbird, that was our friend. From Lodol. So blue hummingbird is dead, and we were all sad when it happened. Everything went to shit. But the parade happened on the Golden Mile, and the police were called out by the protesters, and the videos were shown, the things that they didn't want people to see, projecting on all of these LED floats. It was brilliant. And of course, Clara was recording from on top of a building, later being sniped at, and I believe found out that her tonal is a house, I believe. Not I don't remember. I think it was a house. Or supposed to be a house. But anyways, so here we go. Letter of the Humming. hold on. Let me go back. Uh, at this point, I don't remember. If you wanna know what the Hortonal was, or if we did figure that out, you're just gonna have to see the previous episode on YouTube. So because it's up. All right. Anyway, so without further ado, let's continue on with 13 cities. We're getting there. We're the thick of it. All right. No, you're fine. You're fine. We are just about to start right now. Binary. You're not late. I have not started. I was kind of recapping what from my memory, which was terrible. Anyways, so you're good. To Blizz and Binary, if you both want to hang out in the voice chat, you are more than welcome to and hang out. Don't worry, I have Discord muted so you guys can talk to me and react, and don't worry, it's not going to come up on stream. But if you guys want to hang out in voice chat, feel free. You guys can voice chat is open for you guys to. You guys want to react on stream? That happened, but for right now, patience there to all my friends that have access to Discord, that voice and the voice chat. Feel free to hang out, be comfortable, whatever you want. Discord is muted. The stream. Actually, it's not even part. It's not even part of the audios here. Wow, I'm looking at it. It's not even. It's not even here. All right, let me see here. It's not even. Not even. All right, let me. Let me. Let me. Supposed to be. Not supposed to. There you go. There we go. Okay, now it's there. I can see if you all are talking, whatnot. No, you're fine, Blizz. You're fine. I'm just letting you all know that it's there for you guys. That's so I'll be able to hear. I'll be able to see that you're talking once you're in. So but all right. So here we go. Everyone ready? It's time for 13 Secret Cities. Now let's continue. Let me see. What was the of the chapter? Oh yeah. Sorry. We are in the one. We're in the middle of 0.13.2. That's it. IP coordinates. All right, excuse me. All right, here we go. I ran back into the elevator where Snowy waited for me, hugging on an easy. You stink, she. Barbecue hot dogs out there? What the hell? We won. Said. Have it all on tape, and you saw the video stream like everybody else. 500,000 views. I hugged Snowy. For the first time in my life, I wanted to go get a beer to celebrate. What happened out there was pure theater, egg on the city's face, and a showcase of corruption that we live in. Sorry. Oh, right, this is the older guy. Sorry, this is the older guy. What happened out there? Worth egg on the corruption. I can retire. Said. That night I reveled in the bitter notes of dark ale that was too fancy, much too fancy for me, but which tasted of victory. Mercy had chosen this Rogers Park pub, making sure it had a private section of booths where we could rejoice. What a damn success, Mercy said, and we would be nothing without our share. The newspapers and broadcasters still can't figure out how someone got up to the roof of the Tribune to shoot the whole event. Phantom Hero, Dennis whispered. Wait, Phantom Hero, Dennis whispered to us with, with both thumbs up. My phone vibrated over and over. Surely it was Jose Maria. My anger for him had not subsided, and I wasn't ready to deal with him again. I muted his text without glancing at what he was writing. This was my victory, and if he didn't want to recognize how important the OLF was to me, then I wasn't going to deal with him until later. We ordered more beer, and we did shots of whiskey. We played YouTube clips of our feed on our phones, and we laughed at how the mayor's approval rating went down to 15% on a single day. So, Monty, Dennis said, where was the fire? I had been dreading that question. I couldn't get anything past Dennis. What fire? Mercy said. CNN reported that while the parade got shut down by OLF, a fire erupted top of one of the buildings by Trump and Tribune Tower. Tribune Tower. Think, girl. Think, girl. Think real quick. Yes, I saw it and smelled it, I said. Where was it? I don't know, but if the wind had been blowing the other way, our perfect video feed would have been nothing but smoke. They showed the footage from helicopters above the street. It was like a big ball of smoke for a second. I thought those cameras would spot you, but the smoke was too thick. But they never determined the source of the fire, Dennis said. That's weird. This was just like him. He wasn't going to drop it because all of his life he had been because all his life he had been through. Whatever or wherever it was, it helped us get some cover. I'm just grateful to whom? Grateful? To whom? God? Mercy said. I don't know, I said. Grateful. Montez is our hero. Said, you guys, I saw something else in the building across the way. There it was. I knew it. I couldn't keep every secret to myself. I had to tell someone. Uniformed men with badges pointing rifles. Just like at Millennium snipers, Mercy said. Did you get it on video? Dennis asked. There wasn't any time, I lied. There's always time. It moves in vastness, wheels gnashing and gliding past each other. Save that info for now. That's very. We went to get something to eat at the Golden Nugget, and afterward we went to small Polish tavern on Broadway. I felt victory in my veins. I could forget about Miklan for a few moments. Now that I had said my own name, I hoped the Okuyin they put away. Let me rejoice in this real victory. Right, that's what happened last episode. That she said her actual, she said her name, but in Nahuatl or something like that. But she said her name. Like she finally discovered what her actual name. That was her. Anyway, so I sorry. Now that I had said my own name, I hoped the Okuyin would stay put away to let me rejoice in this real victory. By 2 a.m., we're squealing, doubled over at the bar, drunk off our asses, and feeling like the coverage of the parade of lights would be going on for many days, and we would relish every moment of embarrassment from the corrupt powers. My phone continued to vibrate, and finally, I got fed up. I muted my text messages, instead, posted a series of selfies, all of us to Instagram, one after another, our smiles wide and our eyes bright. I knew that doing this would take my battery from 5% down to none. After posting the selfies, I tucked the phone in my coat pocket. Still had a 4 o'clock bar to hit. We rode to the blue line. We rode the blue line to Logan Square, and as we exited the station, a dozen cops stopped us to inspect our IDs. Saturday night, and the bars were bursting even at this. Cops didn't care. Our driver's license passed their inspection, so they got to me. Don't I know you from somewhere? Said the tall cop as he turned my driver's license over and over in his hands. Shone a flashlight in my eyes, and I recoiled. The light beam felt like like a block of ice bursting into shards in my brain. No, I don't think you do, I said. I'd advise you all to get back to the university after you're done partying. After what happened today, I wouldn't be surprised if a curfew is back. In that dim light under the street lamp, I could hear the blood rushing through the cop's jugular and the roar of his. Hey, LED, everyone! LED is the author of 13 Secret Cities. This is Cesar Torres. We are now at we just got off the blue line and got we just got off the blue line and got harassed by the cops. All right, so here we go. Let's get back to this. Where were we? The music he made was faint and fading, and I knew then from the song his body made that he had it in. Continued to stare at me, and I were wearing him. Are we done, officer? Mercy said, stepping up in me. If you see any suspicious activity, terroristic, come find me. Sure thing. This city's going to turn into a very dangerous. Don't contribute to it. Have a good night, Dennis said. Fucker, Mercy said under her breath as she stepped into the bar. I could still hear the damaged song of that cop's body. Since my return from Miklan with Hostia, I had never felt the songs inside my side of people as sharply as I could. At 4:15 a.m., we wandered back up to the. Then had shut down the elevator. We're told to find alternate. Helicopters filled the sky. Mercy and I split a taxi and rode the silence. We rode in drunken silence away. Dropped me off in the front of the dorm. I fumbled to get the key lock, but I made it. I fell hard into bed with my clothes on. I drifted off. The next day, my face lay buried in. I heard a faraway drum. Tiny bursts, followed by silence, and it repeated. It came through sharp knocks. Door. I felt dizzy, but I did my best to run my hands through my hair. The door, still wearing the clothes from the night before. It was Morgan, wore her sleek running pants and jacket. It's 3 p.m., Clara. I was hoping I'd find you. Mouth tasted like hops and stale, cheap. Can wait? I said. Family's been calling since last night. I slept overnight at Tom's. I was just coming back now, and security at the front desk asked me to find you. Once, something happened to your brother. Wanderer. We took many trips on the railroad when I was a boy, but for some reason, journey back was always the most enjoyable for my grandfather. Adan Montes' 19th. There are no chosen ones. There are no special people. And there are no special rock bands. We're all just sound waves in the orchestra. Sergio Anderson, Sergio Anderson of Archangel, addressing the audience before the 13th hashtag 13 SC tour in 2006 Oslo. No. Chicago came into its own in fits and spurts. By the time the 1920s arrived, the city left behind its murderous legacy. It was reborn as a life. Historian Belinda Ronstadt, Songs of My Father's City, Colibri Books. Life never prepares you for a true moment. Just like a snake bites down and toxins of new knowledge can have the effect on a person. Flesh paralyzes. You wish it. Morgan went back out to run some. I slogged back into. My phone was out of battery, so I video called my father my laptop. For some reason, I thought that he would know what I had done at the Parade of Lights, and that's the first question I expected. Clara, I've been calling you all day. What's going on? The music my father's breath made through the video screen. Something I had heard before. Place like a sent him out to get menudo for breakfast. Just walked away. More rage emerged from my father's lungs and heart. Driver ran him over. Where is he? Said. Doctors pronounced him choked. I took hold of the armrest on my chair. I didn't look at my father's tears through the screen, but I had to. But are you sure? Need you to come down to the house later. I'm leaving now. The taxi cruised through the streets. The ride was nothing I could afford, but my father had instructed me to leave the university right away. I left the lake breezes of Rogers Park and blew past downtown Chicago and then back out toward the southwest. Got stuck in traffic just a half a mile from my parents' house, and there, on 26th Street, felt the urge to cry, yet nothing happened. Not a tear, not a single. Little village had not yet been gentrified, and in those days, its large farmacias, sprawling restaurants, and quinceañera boutiques for cotillion dresses gave off echoes of the places in Mexico that had inspired that three-story walk-ups and short bungalows were singularly Chicago architecture, but the people in these spoke only in Spanish, and the smells of home cooking scented air with something that I could never find in other parts of the city. I walked out the taxi and faced the house. I had been born in this house, arriving much too soon to make it to the hospital back in. Had never left it either. 2-story walk up, drenched in beige, solemn and quiet. Father's table, everything hot. Cramps in my gut were pure hangover. Heat in my brain and in my eye came. Put my key in the lock on the side door. Got through both my legs. Hurt, sand. But I took it. I don't know why I expected Jose Maria to be there, waiting for me, as if it had all been one very long and involved prank in his repertoire. Instead, father ran to me, and my mother followed suit. Behind them, all my aunts stood. That day, I made physical contact with every single relative. Through these hugs and holds, I heard the music in their bellies and the songs in their bones. Their wounds, through their words, were about, though their words were about being sorry and the loss in our family, sound waves of their bodies gave off music that only I. Inside this music, songs of princes, ancestors, and loves lost. Remembered the song that the police officer had given off last night. I realized I didn't drunkenly imagine it. I hear the music inside these bodies clearly as if I were still in the coil. This new knowledge? How did it happen? I said. My mother and father sat with me. Tiny living room, and Minerva and La Negra remained in the room. The rest of the relatives were in the back, cooking. Doesn't matter how it happened, father said. Tone was. Oh, sorry, I have to fix. Doesn't matter how it happened. My father said. Tone was harsh, excited. Didn't they think it was a drunk driver that hit him? My mother said. The witness said it was random, very random. No matter how it happens, it always feels random, my father said. My mother drew me in her arms, and her smell filled my nostrils. I wished for those tears, and they didn't arrive. Instead, my insides hollowing out. So angry at that. I was so angry that last time I talked to him, I said my mother said, also, it was also very. My face flushed. I felt shame in every inch of my skin. Yes, I thought. I might see you guys after the parade. I waited for you for a while. Jose Maria texted you for a long time to meet us. Not angry about this. Doesn't know what you said to him last night. Doesn't know what you really said to him the last time we saw each other. Know about the anger we felt between us. La Negra came over to the sofa and sandwiched together with my. Held me for a long time. He helped you so much. Find your tonal. I loved my aunt, but I no longer wanted to her comfort about tonals, especially since I had failed to find mine. I found it. I don't know if I mentioned it earlier. Really? True. Lied. For- I lied to forever get her off my back. Well, you just have to try harder, said. Drew me in tighter into her bosom and I let myself enjoy the embrace. Moaned. No tears arrived. The rest of the day was a series of rote performances, washing my hair, applying eyeliner, smoothing out the wrinkles in my skirt. My aunt, hug my uncle, attend mass with my mom. Wanted to eat, but I skipped that night's meal. Read back through all the text messages Maria had sent me on the night of our victory at the Parade of Lights. Everyone is waiting for you. See that crazy bullshit in the screens? Tisk, Reina, I know your secret. Hey, why aren't you answering your phone? Check your text, Clara. On and on they went, pestering. I had ignored them all, but reading them now made me stomach. I had to force myself to finish reading every last one. I knew by their tone that he was still angry. And then stopped. Then stopped forever. At the funeral, I chose not to look at the open casket. My father pulled me out into the parking lot, shout at me. I shouted something back, but the exact words faded quickly from my memory. My father escorted me back into the funeral parlor, and when he asked me again to look at the body to say goodbye, I shook my head and took a seat at the opposite end of the room. I knew too much and I knew too little. Returning to my everyday life was what hurt the most. I survived the wake, funeral, and the shitty condolence cards from Hallmark. Maria wasn't coming back. Sometimes I were just dreaming it, but I wasn't. My parents didn't let me go back to school right away, and I stayed in Little Village with them. I went to mass daily with my mother. I went through all the rituals, prayed all the prayers. I did this for her. Happy. My father mostly kept. Talked to my aunts every day, whispering sometimes, crying at others. He lost his little best. My mother said one day as she pancake batter frenzy. Didn't even look up when she said this. Never mentioned my father's mourning. Survived the two at my parents. I even brought up my grades by the of that semester. Didn't want to go back to classes, part-time job, or to wanted to hide, to lie inert on a patch of grass, stone-like. My mother was the person who forced me to go back to my routine, packed up my things, drove me back to school, and I'm glad she did. Spent more time with Dennis, less with Mercy. In fact, Mercy and I drifted apart. Something inside me felt okay. When I came home from when I came home for the Christmas holiday that year, I managed to get through a meal without that spiky haired runt at my day staring at television shows. No point. Doodling on Facebook, numbing my mind, dreading my my cousins down the block. Night helped my dad cook. Kind of like everything had started. My birthday had never happened at all. Very easy for us to, and if we pretend hard enough, fool ourselves as humans. We like to pretend that the dead ones aren't actually. We're reminded by outside. I spent New Year's Eve wasted on cheap via a driver's license at the hideout. Puked so hard that night I vomited. I cursed out Mercy bathroom, but I don't actually remember. Dennis claims I also broke up a fight of big men, but that I also did. I spent the next 4 days nursing a massive hangover. I went back to classes on January 1st. By now, pretty good at staying out late, logging through a hangover, avoiding dreadful. Till then, that my about the Lords of Mikan. The first dream was a knife darkness of my dream. I've plunged and then sliced. Blood the color of snow poured out of black skin. After the cut, sound started. They were drums. They drummed and drummed like twin heartbeats, syncopated and throbbed at the same time. And in the darkness of I felt a cool rush of air on my. That a voice that was distinctly female. Was a voice size of a continent as the expect you, said another. This one was more shrill, yet more masculine first. Then, the dream, I had the vision I could never have had inside me. I could see dark and in wet moss, and that pulled light toward it like Tantecutli and Tecacuatl. I hope Cuatl, Cachicuatl. That's how I'm gonna attempt to pronounce. We're in a pit, and I approached within, not a body, close to a phallic and like the beautiful swirls on a soap bubble, and behind the blue sheet, coming, are waiting. Two voices said this in unison, and it occurred to me then that they could help me. Give my brother back to me, said. But the memory already fading, and the drumming picked up. Before I knew it, I'd fallen out of my bed, and Morgan shook. I tore at her face and yanked her hair and kicked her in the. Give him back! Tekas. What? Oh, Iktek Tekasiwat. Oh, Mitekatsis what? Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, LED. Thank you. I knew I could count on you to help me with the pronunciation. All right. We give him back. I dreamt a variation of every night for weeks. Oh, the sound is cutting for you? How's this? Is it better? Is that better? Could be that I'm not facing the phone, and probably why it's not getting all of me. Everyone, let me know. Just put a 1 in chat if you can hear me clearly. It cuts in and out. Okay, hold on. Let me. Yeah, for some weird reason that has happened before. I've noticed that in recordings. So let me just unplug my mic and replug back. Plug it. Unplug my mic and replug it back in so that I can see if we could fix that. Okay. All right. There we are. We good? Can you hear me? Yeah. Are we all good? Is it all like, good? Like, is it breaking in and out again? If it is, then I'm just going to ask everyone to just try and refresh their streams. Just refresh your web page just to see if it fixes that. Okay. I just got to make sure to be a little bit more. Okay, cool. I'm just got to make sure to be facing the microphone when I do these things. So I'm sorry that the audio cut out for all of you in and out so much. All right, so here we go. We're starting the next part. All right, cool. All right. In February, Mayor Amadeo resigned from his position as mayor after the scandal of his leaked documents became bigger and bigger. The parade of lights became a success inside OLF. We patted ourselves on the back for a long time. Not everything went according to plan. Dancers, those brave people who leapt onto floats to toss banners, were eventually tried and convicted. They were all sentenced to multiple life sentences for acts of treason against police that apprehended them became heroes of the city despite all our protests. The city did agree to channel more money to help rebuild the city. Little village neighborhood received the first spotlight grant from the federal government to help residents buy homes first to prevent gentrification. Of course, it was symbolic. We know how things turned out. In the spring of 2015, the city re-inaugurated Pritzker Pavilion, and its drone-based camera system became the first in the country to monitor all angles of public events through the use of tiny robots shaped like dragonflies. The city deployed 2,000 of them in a pilot program, and they would expand it to other public places if it was proven to be successful. Despite several investigations, no one ever found out who recorded the footage of the parade of lights. The Tribune folded in May after repeated bankruptcy. Let the Freedom Museum. The rest of the tower was sold to developers to convert it into condominiums. It would remained impoverished for decades. Burned again in 1943. Maladies. For me, each month that went by drew me further away from me, as if it had too been, as if it too had been like a dream. Blue membrane and sounds of drums. Easier to forget deep, and to just go back to classes, exams, papers that kept me up late into the middle of the night. Every night, I dreamed again about the Lords. Each time, I woke terrorized, unsure of who I was or where I was. Spring passed, and summer grew hot on my. Both of them came through like a sword, and before I knew it, I was back for my. In early October, my father called me back to the house. Up, have you back to. Showed up promptly that night at my door. You don't come home. Okay? Point. What did you murdered with Morgan and Dennis? Truth. Together we drank PBR while watching old X-Files reruns on our laptop. Suppose that's pretty funny. Father took my bags to my room. Found my mother in the hall. Wearing an. I had seen her build them a million times, father. But for the first time I paid in every. Put it in the hallway on a side table. My father stacked several long wooden cabinets. It ate levels. Scraped each of the boxes white at its skirt of her best lasagna and made with pumpkins. These two dishes places several packages of gummy worms, bright bowls. Have always been my brother's. Okay. On the next level, my father draped several dozen marigolds. Handed one of the dozens he had wrapped. Looked deeply inside the structure of a flower of the marigold. Can be a inside it. Petals form ridges, one laid on top of the other. So many, in fact, that when you pull the flower away from you, pattern emerges. Pattern inspired by a circle. Not quite a circle. There. Center. Sex organs. Stamens. Also arranged. Spiral. Little spaces. Slits. Like slits on a shark. Or like gills underneath. I'd never really taken the time to see structures on. Father brought magnifying glass and showed me. I was grateful that he did. Seeing the petals moving about in a spiral made me want to vomit. Tiny spirals inside this all smaller than me. But they made very structured coil. Coil. Bara. They make a coil. Music wafting from the flower was too familiar, too deep, too real. My father could see the flower, but he could not hear it. I moaned under my breath. Steal. Stop your teaching. Told me. Arrange the marigolds on the linen. Pattern their colors, paint, room, and shape. On the third level, we placed 5 framed photographs of Hosea. One as a baby, toddler, bicycle. From last year, the last year he was alive. Hair extended from his brow like spikes on a porcupine. Thin arms crossed, narrow chest. Every photo grin, hidden smile. My father put the last photograph, full portrait, at the top level of the altar. No capped peak on a mountain. Now, you know that in just a few weeks, your brother will return. Put this ofrenda up to welcome him. He'll be here. Glad to speak. This was our tradition for Dia de los. Hadn't been almost a year, and my father still didn't know what Jose Maria and I had done in the tunnel of butterflies and the places that lay beyond it. There are the secret lives of, but there are also the secret lives of their children. Tell my father about Miklan meant I would tell him about the promise to find me, and that was something I would never. I was not going to endanger anyone other than myself. Erva and La Negra were still convinced that I had eradicated my problem of the stench of death when I announced I found my tonal. Now, my father showed me this yearly rite. Felt like the world's biggest clown. I could do better than this, and I knew it. When we finished the ofrenda, went to Jose Maria's room, rummaged his iPad, his hoodie, many of his books as I could carry it out in my. Clara, are you ready to drive back? Father said. Yes, give me a minute. On my way out the back door, a hand tugged at my sleeve. Mom! Scared me. Clara. Don't want to forget this. Placed a copy of the Popolva Jose Maria's copy of the Book of the Mayan Creation Stories in my hand. I am not far up to. I want you to succeed. Thanks, Mom. And your tonal? We'll need to discuss that. We'll need to discuss, but much later. More of his books, you tell me. I'll get them to you. Mom, do you think we can really atone for the things we've done? You know, after we die? My mother smiled to herself and reconfigured her shawl. Pulled out a fresh laminated card of the Guadalupe. Tucked it in. Kissed me on the forehead. Ushered me out the door. Met my father in the car, which was idling in the garage. Hands wiped the dashboard. Not a single speck of dust escaped. Sorry. How long has it been? Oh, sorry. How long have you been wiping down the car, Dad? I said. Your mother's mad at me, Clarita. Why? There's very little I actually. My mother walked into the garage a few seconds later. Anna, are you staying? Yes, I am. You two have a good drive back. I'll see you at Thanksgiving, Clara. My mother winked. On the morning of November 1st, 2014, I was alert. Maria in back the way I expected. The way of our family, and the way our family expected. What our traditions told us would happen. That day I felt energetic and full of health. Otherwise, I didn't get a single sign of Jose Maria's return. After everything I knew about Miklan and the beings from that place, I had expected my brother to return, even just for that day. But instead, nothing. I did want him to come back. He had to come back. Going to make sure that happened. November 3rd, 2015. Turned out to be much too cold for the outdoors. Arctic winds arrived early, and the wind chill factor was 10 degrees below as ice pelted Randolph's. Kept my short steps. I kept my steps short and firm to prevent myself from. Oh my gosh! If you've ever walked in frozen Chicago sidewalks, yes, this so much. And the one thing you want to. Just to let you all know, I know Chicago is littered with these, and I'm pretty sure that LED can attest to this. I always avoided the corners because in the winter, because ice would. Okay, so during spring, summer, actually like summer time when it was exposed, or when there was like enough salt to melt the ice, there are these bumps on the corners, like this big on the sidewalks, and when it freezes, and I'm telling you, it freezes, water freezes, there is no grip, nothing. You step on one of those little corner areas that have those bumps, and you will fall flat on your ass if you're not too careful. So this is very real to me. So, yeah, the corner, yeah, the black ice, oh my god, they're just terrible. Terrible. Another good reason for layers for when you fall on your butt. You have a little bit of cushion from all the layers. But anyways, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty bad. That's why a lot of people like when they see like the yellow, when you're able to, and they're yellow. They're like yellow panes, and you'll see them. Like there's no way you cannot see them unless they're covered by snow. But everybody's so used to where they are that everyone will literally avoid it by walking around it. It's like, you find a way not to have to step in it to avoid falling. Like some people can carefully walk on them. I just, after all the times that I slipped and fell on, or almost fell because of them, I don't trust them. I never do, and I never will. So I will never touch them. Anyways, all right, here we go. Go back to the story. I kept my steps short and firm to prevent myself from slipping on the ice, but I skidded more than a few times. I cut through Millennium Park on Monroe Street, kept my eyes lowered as I passed through the security scanner that read my driver's license. Uniformed cop nodded as I passed onto the park. I stayed on the sidewalk, walking east until I reached Columbus. From this point, I turned around to make sure I wasn't being followed. At 4 p.m. on a Monday during an ice storm, I had most of the park to myself. Drones swept the perimeter of the park. Toy UFOs. The wind as as they soared in the sky about every 10 minutes. Then they were gone again. I walked up the path and I ran parallel to Columbus Drive on my right as I moved. As I moved north, the tinfoil wings of the Pritzker Pavilion unfurled. As they always did, Chris walked towards the. I was no longer scared of the memories of the dome and its grass. I had come here to find the bridge. The pavilion was beside the. Still felt proud of myself as I glimpsed it from the corner of my eye. Off to my right, behind a set of trees, found the gate I was looking for. Bridge, sheet metal, that was so smoothly made that it seemed to melt right in the ground. I took the bridge step by step, careful not to fall on the ice, stuffed my hands in my coat. I was sweating inside my coat, but I didn't care. I had layered myself with silk long enough. Oh, wait. Oh, I layered myself with silk long underwear, ski pants, jeans, and 2 wool sweaters. I had covered myself with thin down coat, followed by a heavy. This time, my return to Miklan would be far more comfortable than before. End of the BP bridge, 6 metal poles marked of the east of the turned around and caught the first threads of red and orange as the sun began to set. This angle, see the Chicago skyline and the Pritzker Pavilion. Jagged jaw of an animal, head was ravenous, gaping blue. Put the headphones over my head, smoked a joint, breaking the rule my father and had had made about these. In fact, I made my own ritual. That way Josemaria would have won. The way Josemaria would. I put his playlist on repeat. I finished the joint. The licorice and heard the music of my brother's play. Make this decided to call out. Once, a long time ago, my brother and I had felt the essence of lived beyond time through the walls of a allowed us passage for walls. Time, listened, and I hoped that I could hear the throbbing music of Blue Hummingbird embedded in the bridge made not a single. Looked behind me at the water and I felt foolish for a moment, standing alone in the backpack during an. Next, I tried listening for Coloro. There was someone I could get. Oh, if there was someone who could get me, it would be him. I spoke his name, and when I did, I felt the sheet of the beep bridge vibrate to the point of almost shattering. A murder of crows flew off in the left me even more alone than I had been before. Go down. Oh. I had only one choice. I didn't want to make it, but I just had to enter Miklan. I'm here. Come find me. I held my grandmother's tiny obsidian knife in my hand. I ran my gloved thumb over its edge. Then I shouted the name of. The wind screamed, but I heard nothing. Right side of the BP bridge looked as sharp as a blade, and it was right along the thin edge that I heard music. It was a low murmur, filled with white and so faint but it was there. I walked up to the railing and there, reflected on the sheet, was a girl who was a girl. Had a face that I recognized. Face like mine, but better. Symmetrical. Natural. Staring at myself before I got my involuntary note. Just like I had witnessed once before at the Aragon Ballroom, I saw the flesh on that face melt, way its battered skull while its flesh came off in. I had always wondered why a door had opened up inside the Aragon, and now I had my answer. The being that made those doors wanted me to step through, to lure me. This time, instead of fearing the reflection, I checked myself in, make sure I showed no sign. I wanted my brother back. I plunged myself into the mirror and left Millennium Park behind. I didn't glimpse any other secret city. Metal mirror. I remember. Oh, through the sheet metal mirror. Sorry. I remembered that the green but butterfly bridge had been built by a wizard. Reflections of the Aragon and the Beep Bridge perhaps belonged to someone else. I dissolved into darkness, and when I emerged again, I felt a breeze whip my lips. I heard the sound of a million songs. I had walked out in a short patch of flowers, and the wasps that hovered over their petals made music together with the darkness enveloped me. And my ears, nose, and skin took the fullness of the sounds, of the intensity of the smells of the felt welcome. Cocked my head and I let my ears guide me. I could feel the vast height of the canyon, and I felt the way its nooks and crannies rose for thousands, maybe millions of miles into the air. Space behind me, I recognized the pyramid of flowers, and in the distance, in front of me lay a long road that floated top of the, and at the center, a column that rotated in the dark. This was not the place where I had fought the old, but I recognized this was one of the roads that led to the city of Miklan sat exactly cross shaped that the four roads made as they part. I walked towards the entrance. I let my thoughts drift, take and release. Up close, I marveled at the rotation of the city. It didn't just turn on its axis, it danced. Its walls were made of tendrils of moss, linked like a spider web membrane, and it teemed with life. Scorpions, snakes, and even fluted birds had woven their bodies together, sacrificing their individuality to make the structure that eclipsed me. The city was easily the size of all of Chicago, but contained by a living body of the paradox of life supporting a place of dead things, not lost on me. But I pressed on toward the end of the road to find the entrance. Up close, the cylinder took on new life as every texture in the universe came together to meet the palm of my hand. I needed a door, and I found none. And then the city sang. It was a low murmur, but a song nonetheless. Weekend tree. Who are you? I am the house of the canyon, the belly button of the coil. I can tell you met the children who grew up in my room. What children are those? Por Tezcatlipoca's. Sorry, I'm sorry that I'm interpreting it that way. I'm just trying to keep it's just for me, for song, like, words, the I hope that's okay. When did I meet them? I heard they left the Coil a long time ago. I'm gonna go back to now. Myself up. Just because they're gone doesn't mean you can't feel them or hear the songs they left behind. You were their caretaker? The first, the first to leave was the red Tezcatlipoca, the flayed one, the one who rejoiced off your face, world above, when men. So, were you a nanny of sorts? Sure, I like that word. You can use it. And the white Tezcatlipoca? He's Quetzalcoatl. Arthur. I also knew him when he was just a baby. Surely you saw his white plumage and fake teeth. His face white as no, only a memory someone else's. Wondered where Blue Hummingbird might be now. No, sorry. I wondered where Blue Hummingbird might be now in this vast canyon. Well, you're standing on the entrance of the white Tezcatlipoca child. Each of the Tezcatlipocas had their own road to the sea. This was the white. This is the white road. Funny you should say that. How can it be white if there's no light in the city? Let out a series of hard hisses. For a clever wanderer, you have a very limited consciousness, he said. And you surely don't know how to really open your eyes. And the blue road? Yes, the blue Tezcatlipoca. He was my favorite of all those. His road is the southern road, where you once walked, or where you will, depending on where the wheels. But how would I have met the blue Tezcatlipoca? Is Huitzilopochtli. And don't forget, said the city, and I felt a sharp scent of carrion escape its walls. Presence possessed the air. He is the god of war. He is the god of war, I said. And how fitting that you started a war on his southern road, child. You enjoy slashing the Okuying with your blade? Did it make your skin prickle with excitement when you began your vendetta on the people of your own city? That is the essence of the blue Tezcatlipoca, who is almost like a son to me. The cylinder sped up, and its music grew stern, sharper. I think you were a good nanny, I said. One day you too will know. But you have come here to ask me something. It's in your voice. I hear it inside of you. I'm on my way to the Lords, and I need to take the North Road into the snowfield. The only way through is by traveling through the city. The city whispered, and several strands of thick moss reached out for me. They brushed my hands and fingertips, my skin. Let's take you to the North Road, and I tell you a story. With each step I took into the cylindrical city, the moss and the bones that had held it together rearranged themselves to create spacious halls for me to tread. As I moved forward, the path behind me knitted itself shut. I heard whispers from the walls by the millions, and the corridors and rooms sang tiny songs with questions at the end of their lines. The insects that formed the walls of this place were talking amongst themselves and wondering who I was. I counted many things living in the walls, including crocodiles, lizards, snakes, deers, rabbits, dogs, monkeys, jaguars, eagles, vultures, and animal that looked like living rain. And in front of me, soft purple glow led the way. Tiny sparkler in the distance. It made music in the same voice as the I eat and I eat. You don't know how happy I am to have another person, he said. There are abandoned cribs and playrooms in this. Maybe when you return, you will let me show you them. Let me show them to you. The corridors spread for miles just as soon as I glimpsed one or felt one sonar of my cones. It was then down the long passageways. I felt us move towards something very tall. He showed me tall doors along the hallway. Each door was the size of a mountain. Whatever baby would have lived there would have been gigantic. No child is identical to another. You have been very close to the white Descatli of his eyes. But I have never seen him, just a Xolotl. Close enough. Why did they all leave? The children. That's what they do. Children grow. They parents entrusted me with their care, and eventually the parents left too. Snake. Sorry, the snake, blue hummingbird, says she gets lonely in the. He said, I am not. I do not mourn, and I enjoy my new children. Vines and walls and the rabbits that we inside the sea. They're like babies to me. We made a turn, and I hoped that we were heading north. Third, that this hole in the cosmos cardinal direction. I hear you, wanderer, that he said. We do indeed have cardinal direction. In the depths of the coil, we need to know our way too. Sorry, I said. I forgot that I could quiet my thoughts and that I should quiet my. I forgot that I could quiet my thoughts and that I should quiet my thoughts. There's only one child who visits Miglan often. Do you know him? Can't say I do. The lizard eyes embedded in the walls shifted as he blinked in you. He is the Black Descatlipoca. I'm surprised you wouldn't know him. Wouldn't know our city? I laughed. There's a lot of info about that we don't receive in my city. Black Descatlipoca is the smoking mirror girl. He is the very reason you made it in this car. Why do you say that? Pleased to see you disrupt the coil. I never saw my tonal at the age of that I saw presence in my bedroom. That was a familiar being, Okuyi. He was there under the protection of his the black. What's worse, the Okuying or its master? I city's music between the notes. I felt a silence. Remember this, wanderer. The Black Descalipoca wields the deepest power inside and outside the coil. Dim purple light ahead blinked a couple. Put my hand on the wall to steady myself through a narrow passageway. palm came away wet. Hurry, child, this way. You walk too slowly, the gastric juices under your feet will begin to consume you. My feet squished in the dark, and I put terrible thoughts out of my head. Black Tezcatlipoca. The Black Tezcatlipoca sent the Okuyin to find me? Yes, that is what he does. He likes to play savior at times, and at others, he is, he is a destroyer. You mean he sent that thing after me just for fun? He was always the most unruly of the four. Will I ever see him down here? Or has he abandoned Miklan forever too? Don't understand that your link to the Black Tezcatlipoca grows inside many wheels, do you? Tendrils caressed my neck in the dark, and I let them. City was one of the few beings who were willing to answer my questions. In fact, she was the only thing down here that resembled something human. We've come to the end of my body, child. You'll need to step into the palace so you can exit onto the northern road. All you do is a matter of payment. Consider it a toll. What do you think of this? I took out my wallet and handed. I had no use for money down. City seemed satisfied with it because her tendrils took it away and the purple glow expanded, revealing another tall door, shaped like a giant star with jagged edges. As I approached it, it shrank into itself like a sponge till it made an opening for me. As I entered the palace, I realized that the wallet had a tiny laminated icon of the Virgin. I wanted it now, not because of the Virgin, but more because it reminded me of it was gone. I walked to the biggest hall that my mind could possibly Palace of Skulls that shone in early black liquid walls, stretched like taffy in heaven. It felt open and claustrophobic at the same time, and marveled at the way in which walls flowed slowly like lava. Then, from the walls, I heard a rattle. At first, soft, child's toy. But then it grew the sound of a soon it was big enough to shake the ground under me. Inside the molten black walls, I spotted hundreds, no thousands of skulls. They came in all shapes and sizes, some curled over like corkscrews, many of them humanoid, slid downward while the others flowed up. From one of them, every skull spoke its name guard of music, and they formed a chorus of that made my heart quick. These were the songs of things that had once been alive, but their skulls rang out glory in vinyl recordings on a record. All right, everyone, I need to refresh my water. Oh, goodness. I need to refresh my water, so I need to take a little short break because, oh my gosh, I don't want to be talking. So I will be back. Let me put the up. About a 10-minute break. And all very shortly. I will be back in about 10 minutes. We will continue. If yeah. Why is it not working? Why are you being? Why are you being so difficult? Let me get my stream deck working again. Oh goodness! All right. All right, now I will see you all in 10 minutes. Okay, so we've in the tradition we have done a tradition here in uh on this channel every time we do the story time. Um so I'm gonna try and make sure I have the correct pictographs of these characters that we've been introduced to. So I believe the first one is Huitopocli. What we're doing first, Tipitotec, because I believe she mentioned the voice meant this. Miklan mentioned the city of Miklan mentioned Totec first, but as she didn't call him out Tipitotec, but she called him the red Tezcatlipoca. I believe he was first, or was it the blue one? Because yeah, blue is. I'm trying to see which one did she say first. Was it the blue one that she said first? No, she said the red one first. Okay. Oh my goodness. Let me try this again. Unplug and replug in. All right. So, hopefully you can hear me a lot clearer now. Uh, okay. So since she mentioned the red one first, we're gonna add. Oh. Yeah. Sipitoke. All right. So I'm like we always do. We always show what these pictographs look like. Mind you, the Okuyin is my rendition. So the second character that you see from the top. Okay, so the first one. Okay, so the ones that we have here is the first one is Sholoro. Then this is my interpretation of the Okuyin. I drew that one. Then we have Quetzalcoatl. And then I forget her name, the one with the mother of Blue Hummingbird. Oh my goodness, what is her name? Her 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 skirt is made of snakes. Goodness, how could I forget her name? Her name. Hold on, let me see here. It would be here. It would be here. Oh, Coatlique. Coatlique is her name. Okay. Coatlique. Skirt of snakes, literally. Yeah. So and it's a good thing that I named the file. What's great, LED, is that I name the files the names of the characters, like the actual name of these gods and these characters. Just so that when I have to look, their name is there. Their name is there, and I don't have to like. But I'm like trying to play with my memory here. Let's see here. We're gonna. Okay. This one is. Which is the Tipitotec is the red Tezcatlipoca, which is the one that was enjoying Clara's face being flayed, the image of her skin and all that, her flesh just being flayed off of face in the reflection. Like he was enjoying her being beaten. From my, if I understood that correctly, yeah, that he was enjoying as her rejoiced that her skin was peeling off her face as they were beating her. Right, Sipitotec. Let's get. This is the one thing I love about doing this stream, doing these story times, because when there are characters like this, Um, yeah, pictographs and codexes. Yeah. Now I'm hoping that the one that I found for the Black Tezcatlipoca, which is Smoking Mirror, I hope that one is the correct image that I found. I haven't saved it yet. But first we're gonna do oh. Totec. Where are you, Sipet? Oh, there you go. This is Sipetotec. Alright, let's. He's red. The red Tezcatlipoca, I'm gonna make him red. Yeah. Alright, I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on. Everyone, if you can, please refresh your browsers and let me know if that fixes it. Because like I'm not seeing any issues, which is weird, which is really, really weird. I'm not seeing any issues on my end. Okay, awesome. We found the right Totec. Okay, found the correct one for Tsipe. Okay. Also color his white. Okay, yeah. Let's see here. Okay, the next one was the white one, so we're gonna move. We're gonna move Quetzalcoatl over here. We're gonna make him a little bigger. Then next was Quetzalcoatl, the winged feather serpent. Then was the blue Tezcatlipoca, which was Huitzilopochtli. And we're gonna add Huitzilopochtli, blue one. Huitzilopochtli. Oh, yeah, I was spelling it right. Wow. Wow. I learned how to spell it. I learned how to spell it just by wow. I've been reading these names so many times that I am learning how to spell them right from memory. Like the pronunciation's just coming into my mind now. Since I've been learning how to pronounce these names. The correct pronunciation just starts. I don't know, it's weird. You know how like they tell you in school to sound out words, and sometimes that doesn't work. I have a hard time with the Nahuatl with the names in Nahuatl. Um, Especially since I've been learning to try and pronounce them correctly. Um, because it's not Spanish. It's not. It's not Spanish. And so sometimes my mind tries to read it in Spanish, but I'm like, no, that's not Spanish. That's not Spanish. That's not Nahuatl. And that's a different pronunciation altogether. And so, but I've been reading these names so much, and I've been deep diving into other personal things. Now, as we go further into this, but like I said, I want to make sure that I put all of them in here. Add Oakley. Or within Ah, there he is. This is Huitzilopochtli. Oh, young man, you are too big for this screen. Calm down. All right, so this is Huitzilopochtli, the blue Tezcatlipoca. Pochtli. And oh, do you really? You have that exact same Huitzilopochtli? Nice, nice. I can't seem to find the name of the black Tezcatlipoca other than Smoking Mirror. So that what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna use the name Black Tezcatlipoca. Hope this one's the correct one. Let us hope it's the right. Again, I've been spelling these and trying to pronounce these so much. Oh, it's just Tezcatlipoca. Okay, so I could just put Tezcatlipoca. I'm just gonna put Black Tezcatlipoca. Oh, okay, but he's referred to as the Smoking Mirror. He's been referred to as the Smoking Mirror, but it's literally Tezcatlipoca. But he's the Smoking Mirror. Okay, all right. I hope this is the correct one because this is the only image I've been finding when. Oh, it is. Perfect. Thank you. All right. So, everybody on the left of the book is all the Tezcatlipocas. We've got at the very top, we've got Cipitotec, which is the. Got Cipitotec starting off starting off everything. Then we have Quetzalcoatl. So we got Cipitotec, which is the red Tezcatlipoca. We have Quetzalcoatl, which is the white Tezcatlipoca. Oh, is that what that round thing is? That round thing with like a hook is a mirror. Okay, that's what that is. I was wondering what that was. That's it's a mirror with smoke coming out. That's like in the shape of a foot, but it's not a foot. Okay. All right. Okay, cool. All right, so we started off with Cipitotec, which is the red Tezcatlipoca. Then we have Quetzalcoatl, which is the white Tezcatlipoca. Underneath that one is oh my gosh, let me look at it. Huitzilopochtli, which is the blue Tezcatlipoca, and then finally rounding off the end would be the black Tezcatlipoca, aka Smoking Mirror, which what we're going to be referring to him as Smoking Mirror. Also which is the master of the Okuying. In this story. Now we're also going to get their names again because I find them. to find them so everybody can see a visual, because I like providing visuals for everyone because this culture is not like these gods aren't well known in the mainstream, which they should. All this should be a pantheon of gods that people should know about as well. Um where did she Oh, there. Oh, here we go. Iklante Kutli. And I know it Ik. Oh my gosh. I know you said it earlier. Let me hold on. Let me scroll up. Let me scroll up because you said it. Said it for me. But you even pronounced it for me. Did the pronunciation thingy for me. It is, what is her name again? How do you pronounce her name? I'm trying. Excuse me. I know we're all waiting for me to go back to the story, but this is just really interesting, and I want you all to like really get to know these gods. Oh no, it's missing. Can't. Should have been here somewhere. Oh, there it is. Mikteka Mik Mik Miktek Mikteka Siwat. Teka Siwat. That's Teka Siwat. So first we're gonna look up for both of them. Oh, good. Up. Find first. Find. See. Find a picture. Not. Oh, okay. Here we go. Um, that's someone else's. LED, I'm gonna send you a DM on Discord if you're okay with that. I'm gonna ask you if this. I need to know if this is Mikante Kutli. Because before I move on to the next one, I want to make sure that I have the right images because I don't want to put up the wrong thing. Oh, that is her. Okay. But yeah, no, I'm gonna send those to you privately to let me know if these are the right ones. Because I need to make sure that I am not showing the incorrect. So I'm gonna go ahead and message them to you privately. A DM. This is the first one. The first one's supposed to be the male. That one. Okay, that is Kutli. Okay. All right. And then there's this one. And then there's this one for other one. Then there's this. Is that her? Awesome. Okay, awesome, everyone. Okay, cool. Cool. Okay, awesome. Like I said, I do not want to have the wrong things for all of you on. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. Like I don't. Yeah, I just want to make sure that it's like, because sometimes there are people that have artist interpretations of gods, and hey Roku, and I just want to make sure that it's accurate. Like when I'm depicting something that you're trying to explain, I want to make sure that I'm not showing the wrong thing or someone's idea of what that is. Like I want to make sure that everything is correct, because it's the accuracy for me to put the correct information out there is very important. That's why when I was asking you about the Okuying, I'm like, I can't find it online. LED, I can't find it online. And then when you told me that you invented, that you created the Okuying, I was like, oh, okay, cool. So I can make an artist interpretation of that one. At least that one I can draw myself. Cool. That I won't feel. I don't feel bad for having to draw that one myself. But okay. So now I'm going to move Coatlicue up. I'm going to move Coatlicue up, and then we're going to show everyone the Lord and Lady. All right, let's see here. Oh, how very kind of them to already have named. So first we're going to put on, oh, welcome back from your trip. We're going to go ahead and put now up Miklante Kutli, which was the shrill male voice that spoke to Clara. Let's see. This is Miklante Kutli. Let's put him. Put him. We're gonna put the lady. No, my mic has not been mute. My mic has been on this entire time. You have my audio muted? I mean, because I have Liz listening. I have Liz listening in to make sure. Okay. And let me save the other one. Oh, okay. That's weird. That is weird. Okay, so this one is all right. So I'm gonna need to go into Photoshop and make this a PNG because we don't want to cover the. I know we're covering the book, but I don't want to cover the book. Also, I just feel like in honor of Jose Maria and his untimely death, we are going to hold on. Where did I put it? Or did I delete it? Nope, I didn't delete it. Nope. Templo Mayor. I guess I did delete it. I was background. Oh no, here we go. We're gonna put the marigolds. We're gonna put the marigolds up in honor of Jose Maria, passed away during the Parade of Lights. Well, not during the Parade of Lights, but basically he passed away this stream. Basically, his character passed away in earlier in the stream. So the marigolds are just there in honor of Jose Maria and the fact that this is Clara going to I want my brother back, basically. But yeah, let me now really up and make it a PNG. These Aztec gods making life difficult. Oh, and I just saw your message. I saw your message, LED, on the chat. Yeah, no, I strive to not to be disinformation when it's based off of actual historical figures, or or someone's mythos or faith or part of a culture and stuff like that. Like I try and strive for accuracy as much as possible. Like if I fudge up the name, I always apologize. Yeah. But I always do my best to make it get as close to it as possible. So we're just taking a little quick break and just processing what we have been, what we've just been through. Are we winning, son? No, I'm just. All right, now let me. Like I said, live editing, everyone. All this is happening live. But I think we are probably gonna get through. Because next there's one, two. There's literally 3 chapters after this, so we might get through this. We might actually get through 13 Secret Cities tonight. So here we go. Lord in the up. Bring her up. A little doki doki BT. And rip Jose Maria. That was hard when I was reading that, LED, just to let you know, I was doing everything I could to stay within her character, but still not lose it, because I was crying. I was so sad. Oh yeah, no problem. Enjoy your dinner. We'll be here. We're gonna be here till roughly 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So yeah, no, I was crying during Jose Maria. Yeah. It was just boom. It was just boom. And yeah. So here we go. We're gonna put now her up. And there we go, everyone. The Lord and Lady. The Lord and Lady are here.
You do your job, DB. I will serve tea to everyone.
Okay, Snacks. Thanks. I appreciate you serving tea, everyone. I appreciate you serving the snacks to everyone. Here, all right, we've got the Lord and Lady of the Lord and Lady. There we go. All right, there we go. There's everyone so far. All right, so we're gonna get back to the story. But first, I'm gonna make a note. I'm gonna actually take a not a screenshot, but I'm gonna copy from chat. So I can have a note on how to pronounce her name, because I'm gonna butcher it. When I'm gonna forget, and I'm gonna butcher her name again, and I don't want to. I really like her name, and I really want to say her name correctly. Up. Here we go. Copy. There we go. And I'm gonna make a text. All right. All right. So, but yeah, take care, LED. We will be here. So, feel free to come back, and join us. So, all right. Anyway, so for my notes, I'm gonna put it in chat here on my server. So Blizz, just don't mind me. I'm just making sure I have her name there so I can. like, what is this random name that DB put it in the chat? All right, so here we go. Let's go back to where we were and continue with the story. Right, here we go. I felt very afraid and so foreign. I knew the skulls on the walls were of creatures that had never been on Earth. And that would probably never be. Creatures from this dimension and not mine. Feral, intelligent, dead, and still staring at me through their eye holes. And I remembered what my mother had said. Step inside the Palace of the Skulls. Guess I made it, said. Hundreds of voices echoed my words inside the slick walls. Guess I made it, said. I walked faster. And the story you owe me. And the story? You owe me the story, I said. Oh, I didn't forget. Down at the end of the hall, a tiny opening the size of a pinpoint let in a breeze as we approached. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. A little choked up there. Anyway, so as we approached, it widened, and the skulls around me chattered their teeth. The black Tezcatlipoca always antagonized Brother White. Each of them was so beautiful in his. The white, so glorious in his feathered snake body, while the black Tezcatlipoca shifted in shape so often, not much more than a blur. His face always shone in black, and the two brothers fought through many wheels. And one day, as they played inside the gardens on my roof, they heard the monster approach. The monster was Buckley, and he was almost the size of a canyon. You like to see my memory of Sipakli? No. The fact that most of the four Tezcatlipocas had abandoned the city scared me. But the notion of a monster much larger than the brothers scared me more. Actually, hold on. You know what? Hey, chat. Let's look up Sipakli. You know, I'm kind of curious. What does Sipakli look like? Exactly. Oh, gee. Okay, so Sipakli was an insatiable crocodile. So I'm saying, goodness, I'm trying to find the correct Sipakli. Oh, he's like a dragon. Okay, so he's like a dragon. Sipakli. Sipakli was a dragon. Okay. You know what? We're gonna really quick. I'm just gonna add it to the screen as a browser image. Let's. But okay, this was Sipakli. Let's fix this. We are learning the things today, kids. We are learning the things. Put Sipakli over here. Sipakli. Yeah, him right there. Dragon. Put him right. Oh. Well. All right, there. Sipakli is on his own thing, so I can delete him later. But yeah, that's Sipakli. He's apparently a dragon, or like an insatiable. He was huge. So I'm imagining Cthulhu big, maybe. And these guys were giants. The Tezcatlipocas were giants, and if Sipakli was bigger than them, damn. That's all I gotta say about that. But anyway, so getting back to our story, yes. No. The fact that that most of the four Tezcatlipocas had abandoned the city scared me. But the notion of a monster much larger than the brothers scared me more. Well, the white and the black Tezcatlipocas realized that this ugly monster would destroy everything in the canyon if they didn't stop him. And once, just that once, the brothers worked together to defeat that monster. How? They used Black Tezcatlipoca's foot as bait. And the Sipakli monster took it. He chewed through it like an egg, and the brothers captured the beast. They used the Sipakli's flesh to make dirt and to build roads inside of Mictlan. The very roads you use to cross the lake and reach my doors are made from this monster. A being made of crocodile and teeth hard as stone. Freaky, he said, and I wondered what made me say that. Josemaria would have made such an exclamation before, not me. The two brothers saved the world. For this reason, the Northern Road, which is the road of Mictlan and the road that leads to Lords, was given to Black Tezcatlipoca. And the Okuying, that monster came from the worst emotions inside of Black Tezcatlipoca. Haven't you ever felt an anger that you thought might consume your very flesh, girl? Yes, I have felt it. That type of anger is what Okuying is made from. One last question, said. When I was last here and I touched the waters of the lake, that was the Okuying waiting for you beneath the waters. He had been waiting there for you for many. And my dead ancestor that emerged from the water? That was the Okuying trickery too. Draped in a cloak of illusion. Surely you have seen the cloak? Many times, unfortunately. The Okuying thrives on lies and fear. The door had widened to the size of a building, and I walked out onto the northern road. Felt the city trailing after me. Put my fingers on the moist, mossy tendrils and smelled millennia of time on the pines. Thank you for letting me come through, I said. I like your gift. To reach the Lords, just continue through the snow. Thank you. Watch your step. There are beings that can see you when you walk through the snow. Turned around, and the opening in the city was gone. The cylinder resumed its rotation on top of the lake. I walked on the snow, and I was grateful that I had worn so many layers. During my walk, I didn't encounter a single animal, insect, or plant. Walked for a long time. Time dissolved. My mind didn't fret over the loss of time because I knew the Lords were the ones eating. Snow under my boots chilled my feet, and I walked in a silence that was deeper than a dead galaxy. I heard the throb of the Lords, and I knew that they could hear me too. Mictecatlicuatl and say her name wrong. Yeah, danger, DB, danger. That's that. Mictlanteclicu, Tecasihuat and Tlantecutli. Just started a new chapter, everyone. All right, here we go. All right, let's see here. Empty cities are scary cities. Ron Amadeo exclusive WTTW interview regarding his memoir, I Continue to Be the King, 2017. Everything you need to know is in Frida Kahlo's painting, The Two Fridas. Clara Montes, A Kiss in the Dream House. Aleph Digital Press, Paris, Mexico, 2034. There are cities made of gold, and there are cities drenched in. There's a city in a coil. It eats me, and it eats Archangel, Rhapsody, the Violet album, 2008, Reckless Records. The snowfields spanned thousands of miles, and I walked them. The air kissed my forehead, and at this depth in the coil, the scents of flowers became very faint. Instead, I tasted some things like seawater in the air. I only heard the sound of my breathing and the crunch under my boots. I don't know how I didn't notice someone had been walking next to me, but I felt his body radiate heat, and I heard the deep bell sounds that rang from his body. Just a few more steps, wanderer, the Sholotl said. Suddenly, he looked comical to me. Skinny legs, caved-in chest, and the head of a hairless dog. Am I going to have to give you a tip after this little tour? I said. What is a tip, wanderer? I could explain, but the joke's already gone. Had to be there. Tell me more about you. You know, when things don't go as you expected, sometimes you laugh. That's humor. Don't understand your meaning, wanderer. Haven't you ever laughed? I said. Down in the distance, I felt the ground slope upward. We were coming up a shallow hill. Wanderer, how often would you be turning to the coil? I have no intention of coming back. I've come for my tonal and to retrieve my brother. Is when I should laugh? He said. I bit my lip and shook my head. The slits in the Xolotl's chest emitted tiny clicks, and he dug his claws into my shoulder. It was a gesture that felt friendly, but also territorial, like an eagle digging its talons into a mouse or devouring it. I would never understand the feral nature of this. I enjoyed our adventure, Wanderer. You can always call for the hummingbird to ours. They will fly to you. Thank you. And your brother, where? Oh no, sorry. Thank you. And your brother? Where is he? Have you traces, essence, other serpent form wrapped inside my body? But there are things that I don't. But if he returns, I will know. Blaze it. I took the Xolotl's right hand in mine, and I did my best to shake. The sharp edges of his claws grazed my palm of my hand, and I had to put my left hand over his to let him know I was saying goodbye. I heard the Xolotl turn back, and his bells rang off in the distance. Now I stood on the lip of a shallow crater, and beneath it, a hard drumming beat, thick as a heartbeat. I had heard it many times before. The pit beneath my feet was covered by a thin membrane, swirling in shades of blue ranging from cobalt to cornflower blue. The third time color down here. If you're this deep canyon, color exists. The first time had been next to the waterfall inside the Temple of Flowers. The second time happened when I had walked through the city of Miklan, and the heart of the city had shown me its faint purple light. So there is color down here after all. The membrane beneath me was split down the middle by a thick vein, and from where I stood, the structure that throbbed inside this pit was a snowfield. Looked like and a snowfield looked like a giant beating heart, bathed in cold. Enter! A voice roared. It shook my body, and as the drum pounded, I felt the snow stir beneath me. The snow slid forward and backwards toward the crater, shifting as a massive being stirred under it. I noticed a soft edge in my field of vision, nothing solid, just a hint of gray. But then I saw another edge of gray on left. Snow was turning gray, not black, actual gray. Further below the surface of the snow, threads of like gossamer, they glowed. They were pink and purple threads, and green ones too. Some were ruby colored, and some sparkled in colors that I had no name for. The more light radiated from these tiny rivulets, the snow changed color again from gray to white. Threads ran like veins on the flat ground, up the tiny hill, and down into the blue membrane. Enter, said the voice. But how? I said. Enter! The membrane grew up transparent, and beneath the pit, I saw them. The lords were a marvel. They gave off black light just as bright as the sun, and it was only if I squinted that I could see their shape. Two beings, colossal inside, flowed into each other like the roots of a tree. They were the size of a planet, faceless, smooth as glass. Inside, there are thousands of limbs. I saw stars thick and bright. Whole constellations that knitted together to form flesh. Follow there. The lords had teeth and beak, snouts and antennae, and I could feel how one was distinctly male and the other female. Stared down at them from the edge of the crater. It looked nothing like what I saw in Josemaria's books. I had expected human shapes, skin, skulls, feathers. Instead, it was just glass, light, nebula, and spirals of light. It spoke back to me in a music that was full of knowledge, but which contained no words. The edges of the pit dripped with the luminous streams of shining of particles that they dripped onto the Lord's bodies. Lord's bodies shimmering. Each of the lords had a pair of human lips, and they shifted their numerous limbs to find a more comfortable position. Then they kissed. The kiss was sensuous, and I could see spiral galaxies beneath their transparent skin. Stars went supernova and shrank back upon themselves behind their transparent, and the kiss made a melancholy music. The lords unlocked their kiss, and as they took a break, they turned their human mouths upward. Take a moment to drink the multicolored particles. Their drinking swallowed all light, and it released music out the snow. After satiating their thirst, the lords returned to their lovers' kiss. I want my tonal, I said. Blue membrane grew so transparent that it virtually disappeared. You already found it, spoke. Our daughter handed it to you. Your daughter? Tonal Pohwali, the heart of Miklanthi, rotates over the. Yes, I do know her. Says she gave you her gift. Oh, she says you gave her a gift. You are kind. And what is my tonal then? Your tonal is the symbol of the house, just like our daughter. You are like her in so many ways. When I came to visit Miklan in dream at the age of 13, I came back without my tonal, even if the calendar said it was supposed to be a house. You remember, they said. I shuddered at the moment of what memories these beings might have. Your will was too strong. So strong, you left your tonal down here, the coil. And how can I prove I have it now? You don't have to prove anything. Wonder, not to us, and not to anybody. As long as you have language, you don't have to prove anything. The rivulets of sparkling liquid thickened. The lords were beginning to the rainbows streams of liquid faster and faster, and I felt my feet slipping on the snow. I fell on my ass, and the snow slid beneath me. Tiny colored particles clung to my coat and my boots. They're pulling you in. They're pulling you in. If I didn't find a foothold, I would fall into the limitless bodies of the lords. They will eat me. I know they will eat me. One more thing, I said, and the pit echoed back my words. I want to talk to my brother Josemaria. Didn't leave things okay with him. The gravitational pull on my flesh eased up for a moment, and I felt the Lord's gaze. A gaze made of a million eyes focus on me. Stared and stared. The Lords pulsed with music without anything even close to eyes. I had no real signs of their having heard my request. I want to see my brother. I need to see my brother. The Lords emanated a long musical note, forlorn and alien. The galaxies inside their translucent skin exploded, bloomed, and then faded into an darkness. Were they ignoring me? Is this all there is? It can't be, I said. It can't. The beings beneath me flooded my eyes and ears with fright and beauty. But I had come here for a reason and I wanted answers. I felt an anger rise in me. I had wanted to see Jose Maria in corporeal form, right inside the coil, just like he had been there with me the other 2 times before. I came here to take my brother back to my world, I said. My brother was nowhere to be seen. The glow of the snow intensified for a moment. It lit up the field around me, burned so bright, in fact, that for a few moments, I could see up into the vastness of the canyon of Lan, as if a flash had gone off from a camera. My spot at the heart of the canyon, top of the city of Mikla, Temple of Flowers. Much farther up, a series of blue eyes on the head of blue hummingbird, nestled in the upper levels of. This is the mouth of the river, wanderer, Lord said. 9 rivers lead. Sibling as one swum in their waters, flows towards us. Jose Maria had been made a particle of colored light in the snow beneath my, flowing into the pit. But how would I know which one? I got down on my knees and plunged my hands into my snow, hoping to recognize something, anything in the flecks of snow. Which one is he, damn it? Which one? I shoveled snow in big handfuls, and its rainbow light turned my clothes red, green, and violet. But in tiny specks I found nothing that could help me find the one speck I was looking for. Give him to me! I screamed, raking my hands through the snow, lowering my face so I could see the flakes up close. But I didn't see him. I didn't hear him. But the sense of peace in the place continued, and the Lords ignored me. Their gravitational pull was still making me slide toward the edge of the pit. I stood up and took a few steps back. My eyes were not made to see colored pinpoints at this scale. I could spend an eternity looking for the right speck. So, will you agree to your task? The Lord said. What task? To widen the gates between worlds. Even though time had come to a standstill in this pit, my heart beat quickened and I thought you didn't want that to happen. It is the flowers that would deny the gates, but my wife agreed. And my husband feels the same, the lady continued, that we cannot stop the gates from opening. The time is now. I love you too much to deny you that. But opening the gates and all this death does mean you will kill everyone on Earth? Does? We do not kill. We only transfer souls into the other side. Once we take them in, merge on the other side of the continent. And who does the killing then? Well, it's the creatures in your world that do. The plants, insects, the cats, and men. You all kill. You all die. Why don't you open the gate? I said. I was very angry with these two beings because we are too old, too far inside the wheels. That is not our role. I considered everything I learned inside the coil, and I wished for a moment that I too could be dead and turned into a particle of colored light in one of these rivers. And then a word froze my thoughts. Reina! Reina! Jose Maria would never have walked away from such a challenge from the Lords of Death. I knew this. He would have thought it was so cool as shit and easy to do, and he never would have wished he was dead. He was too brave. Take a deep breath. Sure, I'll accept. It is decided, and thus you will need to defeat the Okuyin Wanderer, as opening the gates allows his passage. My knife said my grandmother's blade. You can keep your object, Wanderer, but in time you will understand that you do not need such things. The Lord said. And what will opening the gates do? I said. It will spill knowledge over your kin, the Lord said. And for this, you'll have to answer to the flowers and their ancestors one day. And how should I do this? I mean, my world is a whole planet. Nothing is expected. Nothing is as expected, Wanderer. Stop struggling. You'll find your way. The membrane grew thick and blue again, and incomprehensible bodies of Mitequa. Oh my god. Of Mitecasihua and Mictlantecutli disappeared beneath the shield, and the snow returned to its still state as darkness crept back over me. Time was frozen down here, yet I could still understand for a moment, for a fraction of a second, how beautiful the lords really were. If newborns, 13-year-olds, and 26-year-olds glimpsed two lovers in a dream, what other dream was possible? I now understand what my parents had meant about rites of passage. Despite the travels I had made inside this crib of darkness, I still only felt like I was just a 19-year-old girl, and deep down inside I feared I was not ready for the Lord's task. But I had no choice. I gave the things in the pit my word. Their music had only shown me kindness, and I had seen that rainbow-colored snow melted in their mouths. Snow made of trillions of souls of living, like the trees, the moss, babies and adults, birds and insects. I would never want to destroy that. The silence that swelled from the pit made me walked back toward the northern road and the city of. Oh my god. Name it. Ah, there it is. Alpojuali. Wondering if that was. Oh. It's that it is an. Oh, okay. Tonalpojuali is a ring? Next time I see LED, I'm gonna have to ask him about Tonalpojuali. Here we go. All right. Okay. All right, here we go. I did some quick math and my footsteps echoed. I did some quick math as my footsteps echoed along the northern road. I realized that if I emerged from Mitlan again, I would be 20 years old on Earth. I would be closer to 28 years old from the journeys I had already made. The numerals looked beautiful in my mind as I saw them lined up next to each as I moved in the darkness toward the city, stopped paying attention to my surroundings. I could see the cylinder of the city about 3 miles in the distance when I felt a stir in the waters of the lake. I will be happy to see your teeth fall out, girl, said a gnarled voice beneath the water. Feather, old, red heat. The water's surface remained smooth, but I knew what lay down there. Beside the surface, whatever magic the Okoyin used to make reflections possible in this lake, despite the lack of any light. This time, instead of letting him chase me like an animal, I sharpened myself to greet him. Now that I was out of the snowfields, I removed my coat and wrapped my mother's shawl round my hips like a sarong. In my right hand, I had held the tiny knife that I had brought with me. I dragged the knife along the surface of the lake and sliced it open, letting out sharp notes of music and the smell of fresh blood. I see you. Show me how you travel. Stupid girl, roared the Okuying. As simple as mirrors. The doorways made of mirrors belong to my father, Black Tezcatlipoca. You used one of his doors when you prayed rhinoceros at the music temple in your world. Maybe you'd like to meet your father and tell him about your silly concert someday? I turned my blade in front of my eyes, and I stood next to the water as the sound of thousands of legs scuttled toward me. The sound was accurate. Okuyin would tear my back within seconds. But I called his bluff. No attack came. He only wanted to make me fear such a thing. I knelt on the ground and I stabbed the water again. And with my free hand, I reached in. I emerged with something resembling a wet caterpillar and spat in my face. It cut my skin and it burned. Its body rose from the water, thick, bulbous, like cancer cells that would never stop dividing. I wrestled the creature on the ground, and I lost my breath as I clawed at it. Slashed it as hard as I could. Screamed the names of the hummingbirds, and two of them flew down to my location. One distracted the Okoyin, slashing him with its beak. It distracted the Okoyin enough for me to hop on the back of the second bird. We rose in the air. The Okoyin sprouted moth wings and flew upward, chasing after us. I screamed in 1,000 unique voices. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna say the C word. First one is bitch and puta. I swatted its caterpillar hairs away from my face, and I sang my own name just like I did in Chicago at the Parade of Lights. The Okuyin recoiled, and it slashed at my arms, making tiny cuts, stung like fire. Hell is real, come see it. You'll die, burned and mutilated. Jose Maria dies in hell. Feature tongues lapped the blood from my wounds. Fight the hummingbird's attempts to shake off the tumbled through a jungle in the upper levels of the coil, and I crashed into the leaves. Ooh, this is getting good. leaves. The trees shrieked as I slashed at the Okuyin, and the hummingbirds plucked me out with it with its beak to resume our flight. We flew past the layered levels of the canyon and emerged onto a flat, dotted land with a mountain with a snowy peak. The very same mountain I had felt and heard the first time I entered Mikla. Take me to the top, I commanded, and the birds beneath me soared to the destination as the smoke trail that he left his tail screamed like a bottle rocket. As we approached the snow fields, the Okuyin crawled over my body and its caterpillar barbs raked my skin. I knew we were headed toward the Sholoro's gate, where the snow of the mountain began. I stabbed the Okuyin many times in its face, which was both insect and human. It recoiled and shrieked, and as we dove through the gate, it called me more names, fading into the darkness as I exploded out of Miklan through the gate at the top of the mountain. I took in big gasps of air, and the sense of car exhaust filled my lungs. The Chicago skyline filled my vision, and I slid forward on the BP bridge. Just a couple of feet where I had entered through its reflection. Skin bled and burns dotted my cheek and forehead. Scrambled onto my feet, every bone in my body hurt. Looked up toward the sky and felt its hollow air brush my lips. I took in big gulps of air until my breathing slowed down to its normal rhythm. Hey, bitch, I'm still here, said a voice behind me. It was dressed just like the men that struck my face until it cracked on the day of the Millennium riot. But he wore no helmet. He wore the face of my Uncle George and the eyes of a feral cat, and his mouth lined with hundreds of needle-like teeth. Jutting from the side of his neck, wore the face of a woman who died next to me at Presbyterian. It was a tiny head, bulging and thick like a tumor. The Okuyin opened his mouth, and the black needles extend toward me, smiling, ear to ear in lust and hunger. No, I yelled, and I lopped off his head with a single swipe of my hand, which had a force it never had before. The headless body turned into thick liquid and then smoke. The head stared up at me and, "We're not done with each other, Wanderer." I stomped on the head until it was pulp and my boots were covered in its pus, blood, and feet. I ran in my shirt through the remainder of the ice. I didn't care if I got frostbite. I was going home. I dropped out of school that fall due to illness, and I moved back in with my parents for a couple months. I lay in bed. Fevers and sores raked my body, and I spoke to no one. During those weeks in my parents' house, I discovered something my parents didn't know how. Something. My parents didn't know how deeply I had gone into Mikan. It occurred to me then that the coil was part metaphor in their hearts and minds. I also discovered that my father was more fragile than I had ever imagined. Touch Josemaria's room caused him physical discomfort, and even though his shouting matches with my mother, I knew that his obsession with keeping my brother's room impeccably clean would never end. At night, I heard my father walk through the attic. Sounds I heard sounded like coughs or sobs. I'm not sure which. I assured my mother that things would go back to normal, but she had many questions. Would you want to take a trip with your aunts to Mexico? What for? To keep learning the old ways, to learn from a teacher. My heart said yes, my mind said no. I'd be a danger to them, Mom. Trust me. You need people, said. She was right. I probably did. It was impossible to explain to her how I could physically look close to 30 while remaining 20-year-old on the surface. But I tried. I see real age in my face. Ran her fingers over my brow to smooth out the wrinkles. I would never tell anyone you got a little more surgery to. Are you saying get a facelift? We both laughed through my casual tone, though my casual tone left my mother looking hurt and sullen. Mom, what you need is a joint so you can relax. Excuse me? She said. Get the good stuff, you'll feel so great. You don't sound like yourself. You don't sound like yourself. She was right. I noticed that over the weeks of my stay in their house, the sixth sense of humor, something irreverent and wild, had found its way into my speech. In Josemaria's absence, I was learning how to find levity in things, including my relationship with my mother, like he did. When I handed my mother a rolled joint as a gift at Christmas time, she took my temperature again, shaking her head. I hope she smoked it when she had some time alone. I went back to the university during the last semester of that year, and on my way up to the campus, middle of January, Father hummed a song to himself, cruised along Lake Drive. Edva's having another baby. Good, I love babies. Maybe she'll make you the godmother. I'd pencil that in my calendar for sure. I laughed. Promise me you'll never leave Chicago, Clara. Promise. Promise. This was a promise I never kept. Many of the things I did during and after university are not a big secret. Anyone who takes the time to look at my public record or chooses to read books, can learn of what became of my life. But of course, they won't ever have the full story. I'm not sure myself that I even have the full story. I traveled far to continue to investigate the mystery of the gates that connected between our world and that of the Coil. Through this, I chose to go live in Mexico, the place that none of my aunts wanted me permanently. You can learn from your relatives there. You can learn from your relatives there. Just don't actually stay and live there, okay? They said. But I lived in Mexico City for 2 decades, and in between, I traveled to other places that showed me glimpses of the other cities, those 13 places that Josemaria and I knew currently exist and will exist. These glimpses were seen sideways through a ramen stall in Shibuya, or inside a shaman's hut in the Himalayas. That's when I saw shadows, reflections. Sometimes I could glimpse the cities in a single gold reflection of the sun on the Black Sea. In an instant, it would vanish. During the 20 years I lived in Mexico City, I searched for a young man named Alan. His uncle Guillermo had disappeared many years ago, and like me, he was in search of knowledge and what became of his relative. Will one day write a book about how I finally found this young man and how found. We had his uncle in common, a man who built a living tunnel of insects that he couldn't have. We'll also write one day about how I discovered symmetrical slits on my breastbone and how they make music when I dream at night. and the sun, at night and oh, music when night and the sun. These slits don't bleed, and they no pain. I have lived long. Time has become an ally, but as a result, it has been painful to outlive many of my relatives. This pain no one should ever feel. This is the first time I have ever written about what I did atop the Tribune Tower. So in a sense, it's a bit of a confession. The only crime was trespassing, I suppose, but the video footage I shot lives on. Of course, those who could complain and those who might seek retribution against me for what I did by broadcasting those are dead, and at the time of this writing, all of them are dead. Dots and loops. Food nourished my body, travel fed my soul. Tumblr meme, origin circa 2019. Heartache smells of moss, licorice, and flowers. Princess Kami, a horror tale for children. Studio Ghibli Films, 2017. We are bright, bold and bright. We are celebration. Karen Anderson, lead singer of Archangel upon the announcement of the band's breakup. Twitter, 2020. In the spring of 2017, almost 4 years after the Millennium Riot, Archangel announced a single stop in the Midwest for their world. Read about the update on my computer, and I thought I was in the middle of, and though I was in the middle of a lecture, I stood up and walked out into the street with my smartphone. I ordered myself a ticket for their concert. Kept the ticket in my phone for weeks, and I stared at it every day. Dreamt about that ticket often, and though I was tempted, didn't sell it. On June 19th, 2017, I rode my bike down to Millennium Park and I entered the pavilion from its western side. The attendant scanned my phone, moved up to the front, directly in front of the metal wings of the pavilion shone bright, and the hot air on my bare shoulders meant summer was actually arriving. I was the only person there. Above me, tiny dragonflies made of aluminum glass and silicone swept through the air, fighting the Chicago air currents and glinting in the sun. The attendant in a ponytail inspected the aisles, glancing at me a few times until I noticed her. Must be a big fan to arrive this early, she said. It's Archangel or nothing, I said. I used to listen to them. I used to listen to them till I started to have strange dreams. Now I listen to nicer music, said. Over the next 3 hours, thousands of people filled the seats and the lawn beyond the turtle shell of the pavilion. I took short breaks to reply to my mother and father, who still wanted to know if I could make a trip with them in autumn to Yucatan, meet the passing. This was my father's idea. We all need these, father wrote. I'm surprised you didn't suggest we go during summer solstice, I said. Isn't that when everyone goes? That is for tourists, my mother added. Your father's choosing these dates because he wants us to get a glimpse of the giant. Funny, I thought there were none left, I wrote. Thought they abandoned the Maya cities just like the humans did. I sometimes got the sense that my parents were aware that something was different about me, and if we traveled often on these journeys into nature, the likelier I would be to tell them what I really knew about a place called Mikla. I agreed to the short vacation and stopped texting them back when the DJ arrives on stage to warm up the crowd. At no point did I tell my parents where I was that evening. When Archangel arrived on the stage at 9 p.m., crowd screams reached a hysterical pitch, and the purple lights on the stage bloomed into the night. Archangel used new holographic technology, and that meant they could project images into the air above the stage with, with the solidity of physical objects. Their favorite image was a mouth filled of many buildings inside of teeth opened and closed. It took the brother and sister duo a full 30 minutes to arrive on stage. By the time they strolled on stage, I felt electric shocks in the back of my neck. The warmth of all these bodies in the pavilion felt right. I heard the music of all their heartbeats. Sergio and Karen's masks lit up in green, and they stared out at the audience, arms at their sides like two colossal figures. When the first strums of the guitar from Plainsong fell over us, I felt a deep movement of sound, full of soul and adrenaline, like I remember. But I knew it wouldn't be until later bars the song would take the stakes. The song that the stakes would go higher. I let the bass and the melody flood my ear, and then there it was. The second movement of the song allowed the synthesizers to trickle in, and suddenly Archangel's music took me back through time to places I had been before. Should have bought 2 tickets, damn it. That was my thought in my inner voice. I never expected for someone to answer it right inside my head. Stop fussing, Reina. Shut up and enjoy the show. I heard that soft voice inside of me, a voice other than my own, male, young, just over the hill of puberty. The music of the stage flowed over my skin and seeped into my bones, and for the first time in the 3 years since my brother had died, I felt real tears arrive in my eyes. My vision was dead. One other felt alive and was ready to absorb the lights from the stage. Both orbs filled with water and saline rivers ran from my tear ducts and down my cheeks in long trails. The lights from the stage made circles in the air. Loops interlocked, came apart, then moved away from each other again. Were endless. As I cried inside, the sound waves of the music smiled, and I laughed too. These were tears of joy and of a certain release. Indeed, a festive melody found in the return trip of dead souls, and it sounded like this. There was so much I still couldn't understand, but I felt the molecules of water slide down my skin, while at the same time I felt other particles, sparkling particles, rise back up, defying the laws of gravity and screaming their song of joy into the night. Ooh. Okay, wow, that was it. Everyone, that's the end. We finished 13 Secret Cities. I'm going to go ahead and read the afterword by Cesar Torres so that we can yeah, but all right. Here, let me see. Oh, this is the bonus story. Okay. Are you all interested in the bonus story? If you're interested in the bonus story, I don't mind reading. Let's see here. Hold on. Author's note: the following story was written in 2009. was published in the 12 Burning Wheat about some of the lore surrounding rhinoceros. What? Actually, you know what? I'm gonna let you, all of you, read that on your own. It is, you know what? I want to leave something for you all to discover. It is literally a what became of the band Rhinoceros. And but I'm going, yeah, I'm gonna leave that for you all to read. Yeah, I know. Yeah. But I will read to you the afterword. So I'm gonna read to you the afterword. So here we go. Afterword. The novel you hold in your hands was originally serialized on Kindle in 4 parts. Serial was part of an experiment to find a new form for my narratives. I am publishing both the serial and the paperback through my older 6 books, which places emphasis on digital. Both formats have been edited to mostly mirror each other, but it's in the digital edition that you find all sorts of bonuses, glossaries, alternate covers, and more. Experiences of the digital book shaped the final form of both the final ebook and the paperback. Themes and mythological elements of this novel are exploration that I have been making in my writing for decades. I welcome all your feedback, and rest assured, read get more glimpses and visit 13 Cities volumes to come. You had asked me just 5 years ago if I could write a novel about multiple generations, parents, children, and families of human, non-human kind. I am not sure I could have said yes. And it's better that way. The universe is better when it has the element of surprise and novelty. We live in an interesting time for adventure. Young adult genre, or rather marketing category, is going strong. We are seeing amazing stories being told by some authors, yet diversity is lacking. I have 2 nieces under the age of 5, and it's my hope that a novel like this one, they will one day see their culture, heritage, and story, even if it's through the refraction of a fiction. Perhaps they will be inspired to tell their own fictions. Cesar Torres, New York City, December 20th. So wow, that was 13 Secret Cities. That was 13 Secret. We made it to the end of 13 Secret Cities, everyone. Wow, I was not expecting to end today. I mean, I had this. Oh, goodness, I had the suspicion that we would be ending 13 Secret Cities today. Like I suspected it, but I wasn't like prepared for it. If you all know what I mean. Like I was like I knew at one point we were gonna end the story. We were gonna come to the end. Like I knew at some point we were gonna come to the end of the story, and I am so glad that we finally got to it. So glad. But yeah, if you want to get that bonus story, you need to get the ebook and on Kindle of 13 Secret Cities, because it's a bonus in there. So it's not, I don't believe it's in the physical book. Hold on, let me take a look. Hold on. Yeah. There's Dots and Luke. Yeah, no, it ends at the afterward. like you said, it's only the digital version. So there you go. So if you want to get the bonus stuff and see all the alternate covers and stuff like that of 13 Secret Cities, you're gonna have to get yourself the digital copy. But I also strongly recommend get yourself physical books, because they're great. And yeah. So we're going to go ahead and, oh my goodness, I don't know what to do for the rest of the stream. other than we could possibly discuss what we've learned. And just I'm still like, wow, we finished 13 Secret Cities. So if I'm gonna just take a 10-minute break to process this, and I will be right back. Let me first make sure the timer is now add. Actually, I'm gonna give myself 5 minutes. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes, everyone. So I will be right back. So I have with me Blizz. And Blizz, just so you know that the mic is on. They can hear you. Discord is open. Oh, and why is why are you? Oh shoot! Ah, nope. Oh my goodness! Ah! Why it keep? All right. Sorry, it's pitch black. I know. Everybody, hold on. Give me a second to get everything back. I was trying to fix this, and I forgot I needed to go into. Yeah. So we went quietly into the darkness. No. I am. Look, everyone. I don't know what to think. I mean, not that I'm not saying that in a bad way. I love this book. This book was such a roller coaster. It just makes me wonder what Nine Lords of Night is gonna be like, which we are gonna be reading starting next week. Are gonna have Nine Lords of Night. At 9 on 6, and then just like the other story times with Darkborne, they're gonna come in when we get a chance. So I apologize for the breaks that I take in between them. Is that they are very reading books on stream choices. It can be very exhausting, but as much as I love it, I have a very bad habit of not taking breaks, and so like right now, health risk. But yeah, no, I mean, what do you think, Blizz? What are your thoughts?
I loved it.
Oh no, I
I
did
want
too.
more.
I did too. Especially interesting how because she lived through going to Miklan versus being told about Miklan. Like the rest of her family never did what she did. Like her parents never did what she did. They never traveled to Miklan like like she did. They never wandered into Miklan. That was right. Yeah, her tonal was a house. So we found that out. I will say this. The fact that the Lord and the lady both said to her, well, you've got language. You don't need to prove shit. You have nothing to prove to anybody. And I was like, damn. Damn.
Uh-huh.
I will say this, that the fact that everything was made of Sipakli, and if you're all wondering Sipakli, this dude, the one made out of all of crocodiles. The dun 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 dragon or whatever. That's supposed to be way more bigger than the Tezcatlipocas. And so I'm gonna go ahead and hide that and Sipakli. But I mean, this was just a roller coaster of emotions. I mean, I cannot wait for this playlist to be out, really out, for everybody can get to the end. But yeah, I loved this book much. I really did. I really did. And I really do. Sorry, not like did like past tense. It's more like I do, but I really did enjoy reading. Um
Mhm.
there were names that tripped me the fuck up constantly. And there were words that I can't say because of, community guidelines. Um and then there's some words that I couldn't use because I felt uncomfortable with them because I remember those things being called at me. It was basically the racist character, called um that racial. I just I can't say that word. Yeah, that's the other thing I need to let everybody know. Language, strong language in this book, but it is understandable, so you can understand the darkness of the world that is 13 cities and how dystopian kind of is with but it's so good, so good, and I hope Cesar comes back. If not, that's okay. I did leave him a message. I left him a private message letting him know that we did. So again, everyone, if you're interested in next book, which is book 2 of the Coil novel series, Nine Lords of Night. We'll the first we're gonna read that starting June 6th. So I'm excited. I'm gonna. By the way, I need to update. Reflect that. Hold on. Moving. Those all the. I don't need these anymore. But anyways, yeah. Um, it's just so. I don't. Blizz. I'm just like, yeah. My brain is just
You're
broken.
speechless.
Yeah, it's just I feel my brain is a little broken right now because of the fact of it's like I thought there was more. Like I didn't think that the story was gonna ever end the way it did. Like it was weird. I will say this. To me, it was kind of weird that time jump. Um, I I'm just it was just good. He just wrote me back. He's like, I missed it. You see what I mean? It's like I didn't think it was we were gonna end that quickly. I didn't realize that we were gonna end. Hi, Cesar. Hey, LED. So yeah, so we're right now discussing the book as a whole, and we're just talking about how much I loved reading it and how much I did not read the bonus content regarding Rhinoceros because if people want to know that information, that bonus material, they're gonna have to get the book. They're gonna have to get the electronic book so they can get the bonus material because that I'm not gonna read. No, thank you for this story. I will say this. Okay, so I'm gonna say the little thing I'm confused about. Because the second to last chapter sounded like she was becoming an older woman, and everybody was kind of like dying off at this point. And then it just kind of like jumps back in time I think it was like dots and I forgot what it was the chapter. What is it called? Dots and loops. Felt like it jumped. It jumped back in time. Like yeah, it just felt like Clara went like okay. So in the one about the two lords. At the very end, it just sounded like she was older at that point. Wait, dots and loops is forward? Yeah, because she mentioned that it's like 3 years. In Dots and Loops, she talks about how it's 3 years, but the way that the end of the chapter with the name of the two lords of Miklan, that felt like it was further in the future, and then it jumped back like the next chapter was like a memory. Oh no, I felt that. That was visceral. I felt that. Yeah. And it was and I liked I will say this, I loved Dots and Loops because it was closure. It was closure for her. I didn't realize that it was really only 3 years that passed. Okay. Because she was talking about how her mom like how she was like her and her mom were joking about her getting a facelift because of the wrinkles on her face because she looked like she was like in her 30s, but inside she was like more like in her 20s still. And like she was having a hard time explaining that. Oh no, I gathered that. I gathered that time it was just I guess that messed me up a little bit because I was like, wait a second. Because when she was doing the math of how old she was, yeah. Okay. All right. So she physically aged, just not mentally. Is what I'm understanding. I see. Okay. I see. So all that happened, and then she was boom back where she was. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. Because it was not that it was confusing. Not that it was confusing. I was just my numbers were off. I did math completely wrong. My math was absolutely wrong. Trying to keep score, trying to keep up with the whole thing. I will say that the battle with the Okuying was yeah, it did. It did. And I will say this, I found it interesting. Hold on, I need to move Max over. Max, you there we go. All right, there we go. So Snacks is now there. I was like, that makes sense. All right. So, but yeah, no, yeah, it like it hurt. I would say, yeah, I would say that she was more aware of the world of the worlds around her because she was talking about her trips and stuff like that when she was in Shibuya, and then like it was like seeing as she traveled the world and the fact that she couldn't keep her promise to her dad about never leaving Chicago and ended up leaving Chicago, especially to live in Mexico City, to learn like the traditions and everything, like to fully understand everything. But also the really interesting thing that we found in the story was the fact that that realization that because Miklan was a lived experience for her and she knows the quote unquote truth of the world, basically, that
Mm-hmm.
her parents, because they never really experienced that, to them it was more of a philosophy or a thought or a story or an image or a tradition. Like, it's more of a thing that you pass down and tell versus her where she experienced what it really was like versus what the stories were told. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and for her it's absolutely real. Absolutely real. But but the thing is that it's not painted in the way that the stories were told her. Because my favorite thing was when she confronted the lords in the pit. They were I'm gonna tell you, the way you described them and designed them, oh my gosh, that was a sight. Literally two
Yes.
glass crystalline, basically like crystalline entities with human lips that kissed each other and galaxies just permeated their bodies, and they were just a vessel to basically carry souls from one spectrum of existence to another. Like, they weren't eating them, they were the conduit to the next step, if I understood that correctly. Because that I was like, the way that there was like that whole thing with the description. Yeah, no, they were, and the fact that they were the one thing I did like about the lords is that for a while I was scared that they were like gonna be mean to her and whatnot. It was like they were just so very matter of fact and gentle in their way that it felt like they were seeing her as a child that needed to be things needed to be broken down to her. And the fact that let me what's the name? The name. I close it. Oh, Tonat Pohwali. Um, the fact that Tonat Pohwali was like a nanny to the Scatlipokas, and the way she just treated. Yeah, it was just the way the symbolism of the two of them just constantly kissing and then drinking the colors that were the souls um until they were sated to then go again. um it was just like death is also like a different, the end of life is like another way of care and love, that it's a, I may be reading too much into it, but this is my interpretation of it. It was just like it's a form of care and love from these deities or these ancient beings, that death is not something that you should fear, um but it's just something that when you embrace it, it can be just as beautiful as life, because they are in equal parts the same thing. They're it's just so interwoven. And Sipakli, oh my gosh, I had to look up Sipakli to see what Zipacli looked like, and I was like, oh geez, he's practically a dragon, but just made up of just crocodiles and teeth. If I read that correctly.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that Hortonal was actually a house. They do. I will say that. Yeah, they do encompass and reject the gender binary. Because it's just, yeah, many out that often presented. Yeah, I noticed that. I noticed that as well. But yeah, like my thing with the with 13 Secret Cities was it built up such an excitement for Nine Lords of Night. It has built up such an excitement for Nine Lords of Night because I'm like, okay, what's next? What what is happening next? I am excited because like now we got introduced to these gods and these characters. And it's just I am excited for Nine Lords of Night. Yes. I know, get ready. I remember you told me that it is in the future. So now we're no longer in the present. That the books progressively go into the future, which is the only spoiler I'm allowed to have. That it's like everything's just progression in time. Oh yeah, Blizz. No. Yeah. That's the only spoiler. Time just keeps moving forward in the books.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only thing because I haven't read anything of Nine Lords of Night. So I'm going in completely blind into it. I am excited. That's why I've been oh, by the way, for anyone that's watching this now or on YouTube, just know that book 3, Hall of Mirrors, is out. It is out. And it is part of a web serial. To join that LED, I'm gonna be Nine Lords of Night happens in 2025 and Hall of Mirrors takes place in 2030. That's all all of you need to know. That it takes place in so now it's going more into sci-fi horror? Sci-fi horror? Am I saying that correctly? I want to make sure I said that. Like sci-fi horror. Just waiting. I want to make sure I don't say it wrong. Again, I want to make sure it's accuracy. But yeah, no, we are definitely going to be going into Nine Lords of Night next Monday. Oh, Nine Lords of Night is ... No, we're good. Yeah, no, spoiler free. It's more like a that's what I meant. Yeah, that's what I was going for. More like a supernatural thriller with lots of horror elements. Oh, it's gonna be more horror. Oh wow! So this was just like the tip of the iceberg. Okay, all right. I will say this: I did feel a connection to Clara Montes, because I lived in Chicago, and so a lot of these landmarks and stuff like that I have personal connections with because I lived there. And I mean, you all saw like early in stream that I was like talking about the stupid little yellow bumps that when winter comes, you avoid them like crazy unless you want to like fall on your ass. I mean, okay, so for those that are wondering, I lived in Rogers Park. I lived in Rogers Park right across from the and yeah, so visceral. I've taken the L so many times that when we got to the part where the L was shut down, I was like, oh man, that's not good. Because the L gets you everywhere. Like literally everywhere. But yeah. No, but everyone, so yeah, LED, I really, really enjoyed reading this book so much. For all of you that are wondering about 13 Secret Cities, again, you can find it on Amazon. You can find it at ledqueens.com under the books tab. And yeah, so my gosh. Anyone that's here, if you've got a question for the author, LED Queens, please feel free to write it in chat. Oh no, it was a pleasure. I wanted to read the book, but I thought it was the whole point of this theory of this story time was to do like a whole book club type thing. And since I think go ahead and try. Go ahead and try it. It should be available for VIPs. If not, just pass me the link in the in Discord DM, and I'll post it for you. Go ahead and give it a try, because I think it shouldn't block. It should not block you because you're VIP. I made sure that VIPs, or at least I tried to make sure that VIPs. Yep, there it is, everyone. So yeah, if you want to sign up for Hall of Mirrors Book 3, it is being released as a web serial, as just like how 13 Secret Cities was. Yep, there it is. The link is there. So go ahead and click on the link. Make sure that you go to there to sign up for Hall of Mirrors and get all the as they drop. I personally, just to remind you all once again, I will not be reading Hall of Mirrors until it is physical, ready to be purchased book, because I want to let the book have a life of its own first. You know, you also need to get through 9 Lords of Night first anyways. But I also want to give Hall of Mirrors a chance to be published as a book. And then only then will I read it. I'll read it. No, yeah, no, I'm definitely reading. I've been avoiding reading Hall of Mirrors to read 9 Lords of Night first. I'm trying to do this all in order. But yeah, no, I want to make sure that Hall of Mirrors has a book release because I need a physical. Yeah, exactly. I don't want confusion. But I'm definitely gonna be I'm definitely gonna read all the Coil novel series on this channel for sure, everyone. But again, like I said, the way I feel is that even though LED is graciously putting this out there in a web serial release, I feel like it's like it's kind of like going onto someone's Patreon for exclusive content and then reposting that exclusive content. I don't think it's right, personally, for me. That's just my just me. But when Hall of Mirrors has a physical book that I can put on my shelf, I'm going to read it on here. Well, so trust me, the Coil novel series will have a home here on this channel. And we are gonna make, and if anyone, after we finish the Coil series or get to a certain point of the Coil series, if you want me to read a certain book from an author that's either Black, Indigenous, or a person of color, please let me know. Tweet me, send me a message, and just let me know the name of the book and the author. Also, LGBT authors. The whole point of this Storytime with DP is that we want to make sure that authors that I don't know how to word this where it doesn't sound like so hard with words. So much easier to read someone else's. No, I want to give a platform and a spotlight to authors that don't have a big enough spotlight because they deserve to have that spotlight. Like LED. Cesar Torres is a really good author. Unfortunately, I cannot read I cannot read How to Kill a Superhero on this channel. Because that's a totally different genre. But no, I strongly recommend all of you to please go buy 13 Secret Cities, go buy 9 Lords of Night, and sign up for Hall of Mirrors. It's just this yeah, I know. That's why that's why I said I can't read it on here, unfortunately. Yeah, unfortunately, I cannot read How to Kill a Superhero because it is very not TOS friendly. It is so not TOS friendly. But like I said, I do recommend everyone please go support Cesar Torres by supporting his book and the Coil novel series because we need more books. We need more Coil.
Get more.
We need more Coil. We need more Coil. But yeah, like as you can see, the 3 books that are currently out: 13 Secret Cities, 9 Lords of Night, and Hall of Mirrors. I'm repeating stuff. It's just I'm excited. Next week we're getting on June 6th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We are going to start reading 9 Lords of Night, and I need to update all my schedules and everything to reflect that because I was not expecting really to end today so early with 13 Secrets. I'm so excited. And so now this kind of like gives us, this is kind of like set the pace. This is kind of LED, what was the year, how long was the publishing space between 13 Secret Cities and 9 Lords of Night? Like what was the publishing time span between, if you don't mind telling us? Uh, 13 Secret Cities and 9 Lords of Night time span. Yeah, I was just kind of curious, like, what was, like, how long did it take to go from, so there was a 5-year difference between the publishing of one and the other. 13 Secret Cities was 2013. Okay. All right, cool. And then you were supposed to, oh, you were supposed to publish 9 Lords. Okay, but it came out in 2018. Okay. We did read I did read the afterword, by the way. I did read the afterword. Did the publishing company name change? I think I read oh, the delay was career stuff. That makes sense. That makes sense. By the way, also, if you don't know, LED Queens also does their own has their own fashion line. Oh, Solar 6 is, yeah. That is your imprint. No, I know that you publish yourself. You're self-published, which I think is fantastic. And also nerve-wracking. Let's see here. Solar 6 books, right? Also, yeah. So if you go to ledqueens.com, if you like some, but how do we call that? Look, if you like some tights and some fitness, definitely. Awesome LED queens. No, I'm actually wearing right now. I was actually wearing today my white Tezcatlipoca ball cap, and I was drinking out of my Quetzalcoatl mug, the futuristic Quetzalcoatl with what you gonna call it, with Templo Mayor there, and then I was also wearing my rainbow my rainbow tight shorts today. So it was a total like getting in the mood for today. It was just like a look, today may be raining and it must be like a massive storm, but I was just gonna like have have an LED mood today. But yeah, no. It like seriously, if you like, I mean, he's got like great merch and stuff. So go buy clothes from LED. Yeah, it was definitely a super LED day. I actually started drinking tea from the mug yesterday actually. Actually during my 12 hours, during my 12 my subathon, not my sub streamathon, Stanley Parable the other day. I actually was drinking out of it, and it's deceptive that you can't tell it's 15 ounces because it's just so tall. It's like it's the shape of a regular 8-ounce mug, but it's tall. So it has such a great deceptiveness for me to be able to drink my tea and not realize that I'm really drinking a lot of tea. But anyways, back to the Coil novel series really quick. If you enjoyed this, please make sure follow along, hit the notification bell, follow my schedule, go to my Twitter, just do !! Socials. You'll get all the links. And tomorrow, I did find out we are having the Real Dragons of Waterdeep. That is still going on. We had a little scare of possibly not happening, but we are having Real Dragons of Waterdeep tomorrow at 6 p.m. Thank you, Blizz. Like as you can see, I'm everywhere. And but again, if you follow along on my Twitter, that's where I mostly post everything and just kind of post out to everything else. But you'll mostly get most of the updates on my Twitter. I do have a Discord. It is an 18+ community. Just know that it's really there for me, more like a recording studio and a hangout for me and anybody that wants to be part of the Discord. And with that, I will. I have no idea what else to do for this stream. Other than thank you so much for this amazing story, Cesar, and I cannot wait to start Nine Lords of Night. Get into that. Oh, geez, I'm gonna have to do another playlist on my YouTube for Nine Lords of Night now. Yeah, no, go ahead, take care, have a great night, and thank you so much for always popping in and out. I cannot wait for you to see our reactions for Nine Lords of Night on June 6th. So, yeah. And with that said, thank you so much, protagonists. We're going to send you off. But before I send you off, let me go. We are going to raid. Who are we going to raid? I'm going to raid somebody. If everyone just stays here. Who is on? Luckily for these buttons, I can like hit and currently. Let's. I don't. Are you? Oh, drip off. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna go ahead. We're going to go ahead and let me see if he's still on. But for the rest of you, just I love drip off. So nice. Circus. That I'm going. But when I hope that this commercial ends so I can see where he
You love the
is.
commercial too?
Yeah. Oh wow, that avatar. That's a new avatar. What are they playing? Dropsy. What is Dropsy? He is like so much more mouse. Oh god, this is like a horror game. Like a clown horror game. Yeah, we're not gonna do this one. Love you, Derp. Wait. Let me see who else. Who else? Who else? I love that my buttons are like, okay, the next. Oh, cool. Okay. All right. So, we are going to be rating. We are going to be rating. One of my dearest friends, Greg, Gaming Guardians, also the author of the much beloved furry comic Carpe Diem, and many other stories that a lot of people reminisce and can just enjoy from the furry fandom. So again, we're gonna go ahead and raid Gaming Guardians. So let me go ahead and figure out a thing. What is gonna be our little raid method? It would be the donut. Okay. Yeah, it's Doki Doki. You know what? Doki Doki Dragon Raid. We're going to start it off with the Darkbo DARKBO 19 donut with a capital D on donut. All one word. So we're gonna that's gonna be our raid message. So oh goodness, not copy. All right, just here we go. Okay, all right. So this is gonna be our raid message, everyone. So with that said, everyone, we're gonna go ahead and raid Gaming Guardians. And thank you all so much for watching. I will see you all tomorrow for Real Dragons of Waterdeep. Good night, everyone.